Alrighty, let's get to it. Just logged in. Got the stream set up. I think everything should be good. Let's gear up. Alright, so I think we're gonna make a little change here. I'm gonna gear up as normal though, and then adjust my inventory. So this is my inventory. According to the blog post that was just posted maybe about an hour ago, the Eye of Ix now one-shots the what are they called? Larvae. Oh, larvae. So I think we can bin the Kodai. Let me just re-say that just for recording purposes. Logging in on a Wednesday nice and early, and as you know, Wednesdays are update day. Well, it was just announced in a blog post that the Eye of Ix now one-shots the larvae. So, instead of wasting an inventory space, bringing both the Kodai and the Eye of Ix. For context, I used to bring the Eye of Ix in there just because it gets passive charges every time you clear a delve level. Every time you defeat Mocha, you get somewhere between 10 to 20 demon tears automatically placed into your Eye of Ix. Well, they made a change. Now the Eye of Ix one-shots the larvae, so I think I can get rid of the Kodai and simply just bring the Eye of Ix instead. Obviously, this is going to use some charges. I am curious if I'm still going to profit demon tears. Well, I definitely am because we're going to get demon tears as a loot roll, but I am curious if I'm going to use more than 10 to 20 charges over the course of a 1 through 8 run. We'll just have to see, I suppose. This opens up one inventory slot for me in which, what do I bring? What do I bring? I guess I'll bring another Karam one. Why not? Anyways, let's get to it. Let's get to it. Oh. Tell the clan that I don't know if they read the blog post or not. Alright, first run of the day. Let's see how this goes. I just realized I didn't even pre-pot, so I guess we'll use the ranging dose right then and there. Oh, it's not in the game? I heavily just skimmed the blog, so it's for future updates. Okay, I see, I see. Well, I got ahead of myself. Now I don't have a... I mean, I do have a mage weapon, but I don't have a melee or a one-shot mage weapon. This still should be manageable, though, because we should be able to get rid of the larvae pretty quickly. Like, we'll use this as an example right here. Yeah, that's pretty quick. Yeah, it's not too bad, honestly. It would take a little bit of getting used to, but I guess I'll continue to use my Kodai and autocast demon spells then. I suppose maybe that's coming next week or something. Huh? Wait, I'm so confused. Did I not hit... I guess I didn't hit 2 trees, but I could have sworn I did right there. That's why I just stood there, because I was waiting for the orb to show up, and it just didn't. Good damage right there. You know, I always make fun of people not reading, but I guess I'm pretty guilty of that too. Like, I didn't see that it was on the to-do list of the blog post. Guilty. Okay, I knew I was late there. That was unfortunate. Well, good thing I didn't make like a YouTube short or anything like that. Well, I guess while making the short, I would have found out that it wasn't a live change yet. But point is, I didn't like go around yapping about a change that didn't happen, so that's good. 122 million range EXP. Full context, this guy is talking to himself. That is one guy on 3 accounts. I barely made that in time. Now this will delve 7, so this is a little bit quicker. I was watching Bodhi's 21 delve clear last night, last night, and I began to notice something he was doing. He always baits Mocha to the southeast first during car phase. Like, that seems to always be an open area. I don't know if that was just like a by chance thing in his run, or if there is like some real to that. We're gonna start paying attention to that in our runs today. Yeah, the southeast is open. I was too busy dealing with the larvae there, so I kind of messed up. But the southeast is open. Ah, that's unfortunate. I was just a tad slow there. It's okay. For the last 3 days, we've started the first run of the day with the completion, but I guess not today, yeah. So I was watching Bodhi's Delve 21 last night, and I noticed that he... Alright, so we will revert to our old setup and bring the Kodai. I think I still prefer the Kodai better just because I know it's going to be one shot. Timing things off of like 2 shots is a little bit awkward. Alright, back we go. I don't know. I've been doing these runs, no tile markers, no nothing, just And heck, after watching Bodie's Delve 21, he didn't do any like cheese strats. You know? I mean, obviously Bodhi's a gamer, but you know. The point is, you don't need any of that tech to get a Delve 8 clear. Alright, thanks to my inability to read, I thought that the update where they changed the Eye of Ayak to a one-shot on the larvae, I thought it was this week, but it's going to be in a future update. They just simply mentioned that they're going to look to do that in the blog post. So I once again brought back the Kodai as I prefer my weapon to one-shot the larvae. Like so. Death charge. Looks like we're not going to have spec for the first hit here. So yeah, I made a very basic Mocha guide, and I pretty much opened it up with talking about gear setups, right? And I'm like, yes, I know I'm in max gear, but you know what? I feel like this is one of those situations where it's personal, like it's pretty reasonable to expect someone to have max or close to max gear for this boss. Like it's supposed to be an endgame boss. No? Oh, humble tank. Like it's not like I'm like doing a Zulrah guide and I'm like, yeah, bro, just get a twisted bow. Yeah, just make sure you have a Tumican Shadow. Full Ancestral, full Mazori. And I do clarify that the Scorching Bow is probably the most important thing here. Ow. That was a lot of damage. Yeah, this is why I still bring a lot of brews, just because I do, like... Oh, I just wasted a range pot dose. That's why I still bring, like, so many brews. Even though I'm not doing deep runs, because I just do stupid stuff like that in the beginning. This really is a zero damage encounter to at the end of the day. Like, once you figure things out. There's no chip damage. Yep, okay, so wave 5 a little bit irrelevant. But the southeast corner is open. Well, I guess that time, the southeast. I mean, I wonder if it has anything to do with where you're at when you proc that phase. I've been operating under the consumption, or assumption, that it's completely random. But watching that Bodhi video, I was like, he's going to the southeast corner every time, and it's seemingly open every time. Now, I don't know if he's, like, mentioned this in a stream or something, because I haven't really had time to watch too many streams. I'm gaming myself. Southeast is open. You know, I thought that was more than 10 tile range. Oh my god, I went to go ban a Twitch spam bot and I died. Let's not talk about that one. Alright, let's stop trolling. But I truly blame a stupid Twitch spam bot for that last one. But I obviously could have waited until after the wave to ban that bot. But I also didn't think I was out of the 10 tile range there. So I thought I would just stand behind the rock and auto while I went to ban the Twitch bot. T-Bow's popping off. T-Bow smacked pretty hard there. So whenever the melee punish happens, I always try to get the melee out right away while the boulder is in the air. Especially in these early waves, there's plenty of time to react to that, honestly. And you still can in the later waves, I find. That was unfortunate right there. Path a little further than I wanted to and walked over the grub. Almost misclicked and missed the prayers there. That probably would have been a wave 3 dead. Now, when we're first starting out a session, we also just have to simply keep things simple. Don't try to click too many things at once too quickly. Just keep things very basic. Even if we miss like a few hits while slowly guaranteeing we switch gear and hit the right prayers. Speaking of hitting the right prayers, we simply didn't do that right there. The melee punish finish. Heal me. I got healed a little bit. I got healed like a 5. Has anyone actually done the melee punish finish? Got that animation and actually got healed from it like big time? Oh my god, we ran into the melee. Wave 5 done. Okay, we went southeast this time, and there's a pile of rocks on the southeast. I don't know. Maybe there's nothing to it, and it's truly random. Well, that's unfortunate. Wave 7. I realized I would take damage there at the last second. It moved. Alright. Back to wave 8. Will today be the day we get the cloth and green log? There we go. First completion of the day. Getting our loot. How am I gonna flex that I completed a wave 8? Any tips for making it past wave 5 consistently? With the boulders, I suppose it depends on what specifically you might be struggling with. But I feel like people see they get to wave, I think it's 3, right? Where you get like the triple attack where you have to flick in the boulders and whatnot. Um, I feel like people think everything is happening faster than it really is. Like a lot is happening to be fair, but it's not that fast. So like when you see a boulder, you have plenty of time to react. In fact, you don't even have to worry about the prayer flicking until the boulder actually breaks. That was like one of the things that really helped me out in the early waves and the entire run in general. Um, but it helped me like avoid taking like silly damage in the beginning. Like during that, I prioritized moving, then the prayers, so I don't like get stalled out by the rock spawning under me. And then same thing when the melee punish happens or the shield happens. There's like plenty of time. Like you just kind of have to like mentally slow down the fight, I suppose. The prayers are always a top priority in my opinion, though. Like they're the most punishing. So yeah, right here, there's plenty of time. Look, the boulder's in the air, but I got the melee punish mechanic. I went for the melee punish first, and had plenty of time to react to that prayer. Obviously, this is wave 1, so it's like much slower. But yeah, boulder pops, I move, and then turn on my prayer. And like, even though this is wave 1, like this can still be applied like even up to wave 4. And then Oh, dodge that. Wave 5 is the first car phase, and I feel like you just have to not greed your hits. Like, as soon as you see the yellow dot or the eye, whatever you want to refer it to, like, just go ahead and clear out, because this boss is pretty thick. It's like a 5x5. So right here, we actually messed up a little bit. We thought it was a shield phase for some reason. But we were still able to correct ourselves there. Break the charge, and then worry about the prayer. And notice I did let a larva sneak in there, which is a little unfortunate, but ultimately not that big of a deal. It did a little damage to us, and it healed the boss a tiny bit. So I suppose it's like, obviously, when you can't play it all perfectly, you kind of have to prioritize like what's most important to avoid. And in my opinion, number one is obviously the charge, because it will shoot a giant laser beam at you, which is very unfortunate. And then secondly, the prayers, the overheads are very punishing. So right here, again, melee punish first, and then prayers. Obviously though, when the boulder's thrown out, take note of which color it is so that you know what to pray. So you're at least mentally prepared for that. Yo, what's up? We got one clear so far. Where is the clock? Dude, I don't know. I wish I knew. I wish I knew. And then when it comes to the trees, I always hit one early. Get a couple of T-bow hits off or whatever weapon you're using. And here I mistimed it pretty poorly, so that was a terrible example. I greeted one more T-bow hit. That was the issue. And just straight up tank that. You know, leave it to me to like try and show an example and then just not do what I'm talking about. I just face tanked the slams right there, the shockwave. But yeah, right there, melee prey and a melee larva came out. Plenty of time to react to the prayer overhead. Also, when it comes to these triples, I rely on sound to flick quite often. As soon as I hear the game sound of the attack hitting my character, then I switch prayers. Oftentimes, I'm not even looking at the actual projectiles coming at me. Alright, we timed this a little bit better this time around. We actually proc the orb. And then right here, like, I didn't concern myself about hitting the boss again too quickly. I just prioritized hitting the prayers. Wave 5, here we go. Blue boulder, so I move to a safe spot here. Flick. And if I was paying a little bit more attention, I would have recognized I dealt enough damage to trigger the shield phase. But I wasn't paying that close attention. That's okay though. Prioritize the overheads. And ample time to break this yellow bar charge. The shield's going down, so let's go ahead and get rid of these. So here we are, level 5. The rocks are irrelevant other than potentially getting in your way on wave 5. So yeah, I just play it incredibly safe here. As soon as the eye spawns, I know where it's dashing to, and I get out the way. And right here, I'm going to look to break one of the trees right away. Use my weapon as sort of a loose timer for 20 ticks. Those larvae spawned, I could get them, but it's not the end of the world if they leak through. The important thing is preventing any overheads from hitting you, or I should say projectiles from hitting you, or the slams from hitting you. Basically, letting those two melee larvae leak in, all it did was damage me by like maybe 4 total damage. And it healed the boss a tiny bit. In the context of just getting a first clear though, like that's not a big deal. But if you're going for like those crazy deep runs, then yeah, you want to avoid those as best as you can. But yeah, keep DPSing the boss here, keep shooting it. But the moment you see that yellow eye spawn, you gotta clear out. And then after the orb phase, if you don't finish it in time, unfortunately, it often will enter a shield phase, which you should be able to handle shield phase relatively easy. In my opinion, whenever it is a shield phase, it's kind of like a little bit of breathing room for yourselves. I clicked on the wrong thing. That's unfortunate. I should have right-clicked from the beginning. All it does is this adds like at least another 30 seconds to our wave, which is a tiny bit unfortunate, but it is what it is. Alright, I've been noticing that we're at 107 range. So we definitely need a re-range pot here. Wave 6, this is where we do have to concern ourselves with the rocks. So wave 6 here, even on wave 6, prioritize the melee first, and then the overheads. Actually messed up a bunch of our switches here. That's okay. That's not exactly what I wanted to do there. That's unfortunate. I think we're going to have to tank this one. That rock over there doesn't even look safe. Actually, let's find out. Yeah, I think we're going to get hit here still. Yeah. Alright, that is wave 6 completed. if you do have a Twisted Bow and a ZCB, it is actually a huge game changer, particularly with the ZCB, because if you rip a ZCB spec off rip, that does 110 damage, and then you get like a pretty decently big T-bow hit. It almost instantly triggers the shield phase. Very nice. And on to wave 8. So ZCB, and if we can just get a big T-bow hit here, I'm not sure if that's big enough, not quite. So one more decent hit here, and it's going to enter. So even though we didn't properly play that correctly there, the only damage we did end up taking was the boulder, or the rock underneath us. So this isn't like perfect by any means. We did take a ton of damage. But we mitigated the thing that would KO us, you know? Alright, I was not expecting my character to get dragged there, so that's why I went for the brew. I was a little scared. That was very fortunate because I did not mean to click that tree right there. But I salvaged it. And obviously when in doubt, eat up. I misclicked on that first tree there, but good thing we had the presence of mind to figure that out there. All right, there we go. A wave 8 clear. Obviously, it wasn't perfect. We ate a whole bunch of food. But basically, we avoided all the things that were a surefire way of KOing us. And even when we took damage, we didn't necessarily panic. That was a pretty slow one. But you know what? We're on the board for 2 KC today so far. Are drop rates out yet? That is a great question. I don't think I thought it would. I don't think I saw it mentioned in a blog post anywhere. So, you know what? I'm gonna open up the blog post again before we hop into the next one. I don't believe so. don't think so. All right, back we go. I'm gonna go ahead and look at the high scores right now and see what KC we started at today. 87. Okay. We're now at 89, so we've done 2. And when I say KCs, my current strategy farming this boss right now is just to do waves 1 through 8. And as soon as we clear 8, regardless of our supplies, we just claim the loot and reset. That's not my ZCB. That is quite unfortunate timing. But yeah, whenever it does a melee punish, it throws out the boulder, and obviously the yellow bar starts charging. I always go for the melee punish first. Is that necessarily the best way of doing it? I don't know, but that's simply how I do it. And it seems to work out for me more times than not. And likewise with these boulders, wait for it to pop, move, and then worry about the prayer. So right here, boulder's out. There's also a grub. Deal with the grub. Made a silly mistake there in stepping into a dangerous tile, but we still handled the prayers correctly. Melee punish with a boulder being thrown out. Melee, step back into the range gear. And then the prayers. If you're concerned with timing, obviously, you know, maybe do the gear switching last. But always make sure to do your best to get these projectile prayers correct, because, man, even in these early waves, like level 2, I've seen it smack me for 50. It's crazy. Well, there is a moon key piece on the line here. But we don't even have ZCB spec. And then obviously I have a 4-way melee switch right there, but if I'm a little bit slow on it or something, I won't bother ripping the full 4-way. Like right there, I just went for the 1-way, because I was just fumbling a little slow to react there. He said he got a tree phase before. His shield phase, but a shield phase always occurs at 75%. That's actually crazy. Tragic. Some silly damage taken there. Nice and simple. This is a slow wave 4. I'm just not hitting the boss. Move to the open space away from the poison. Didn't necessarily have to get the boss into that corner there on a wave 5, but just good habit. Time to make some money. So the shield phase is also a great time for you to heal up if you're low. Obviously be mindful of your magic level though, so that you can still auto cast to deal with the larvae. But it's a great time to brew because most of your DPS during the shield phase relies on popping the larvae for the 100 damage rather than you actually hitting the shield. Now let's safe up. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I was being greedy with the hits. Took a little bit of damage. But sometimes that's worth it, especially on 7 and 8, I'd say. So that you don't have to deal with the orb. Like, you're potentially skipping the orb phase. And then not only are you skipping the orb phase, you're also skipping the shield phase that tends to happen right after the orb phase, which adds another 30 seconds to your wave. There we go. It entirely depends what your objective here is. You know, if you're just looking for a wave 8 clear, that's not bad to do. But if you're doing an endurance one where you're just trying to go as deep as possible, that's probably a different story. You're probably just trying to avoid damage at all costs. I inverse flicked it. Silly. So that was just, you know, perfect example of just a silly mistake right there. Simply not locked in. If I could do some more damage right now, that'd be great. Always try to tag one tree early, that is my personal strategy. Okay, another silly mistake there. Sometimes I still confuse myself with the sound effects of the different attacks. And right there, I relied on sound and just simply mistook which prayer that was. But, you know, if I had simply just used my eyes, that wouldn't have happened. Alright, a lot of supply usage here just because we're doing silly things. But still making it to wave 8. Good DPS here. As long as our T-Bow doesn't absolutely noodle, we should be okay. Hmm. Honestly, that was one of those cases where that wave 8 was a lot harder than some other wave 8s. We got back-to-back boulder sets there. And we were just a little slow on that. But yeah, there is a bit of RNG involved in it, it seems, you know? Like, that was definitely a harder wave 8 than most other wave 8s we've done. We had to flick a boulder set before the trees, and we had to flick one right at the start of the orb, which is a bit unfortunate. It was manageable, but I think we just I'm not exactly sure what happened there, because I think we actually flicked the first 3 attacks correctly, but then we didn't flick the second set of 3 attacks correctly there. So I'm not exactly sure where I messed up there, but quite obviously did. Dude, YouTube comments, man. I'm like, hold on. I'm gonna click on my own video here, and I'm almost certain that I mentioned something like this. Here is a week 1 guide. Like, let me go to the melee punish section here. Sometimes the boss will protect range and mage and have another yellow bar on it charging up. This requires you to melee the boss. During this sequence, your melee hit will have an added hit splat, dealing a certain damage, and this is based on your melee strength bonus in increments of 5. This is known as the melee punish, and that's why some people bring the scythe, as well as multiple melee armor switches to increase their melee strength. Multi-hit splat weapons in particular are really good. The scythe has 3 hit splats when you swing it, so it could deal a lot of damage. I wouldn't concern yourself too much with this though, especially bringing too many switches at first until you're more comfortable with the boss as a whole. In fact, people who are trying to get deep runs, they avoid using strong multi-hit splat weapons like the scythe, just to deal with the poison acid tiles a bit better. So, see, I literally say it. And this guy's like, actually, the scythe is probably not worth it. It's like, obviously, I don't mind when someone, like, you know, like, adds, like, or corrects something or adds extra information. But, like, I literally say it. And you're like, yeah, actually, bro. I'd quite literally say this. Did this guy, like, delete his comment? I don't see it now. Did this guy delete his comment? Because I don't see it now. I think he actually deleted his comment. Well, fair play, I suppose. You know, maybe he continued watching the video and realized I said that. That or the YouTube comment just somehow disappeared. He either deleted it or it somehow disappeared. Yeah, like my thing is, obviously I'm not claiming my guide is perfect. I'm probably missing some information. There's probably more useful information that you could choose to add into a guide, but I just kept it as basic as possible. And if you want to add something or ask something, add something, whatever in the comment section by all means. But dude, don't say something that I quite literally said in the video. And the only reason I'm bringing this up is because this is like the third instance that this has happened already. You can't correct me for something that didn't need to be corrected, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, I'm really on the fence with like how I want to go about my YouTube video comment sections. I rarely get YouTube comments. Sometimes, you know, I get a good like comment that's like no, maybe it's just some generic comment or like, you know, maybe it's actually like constructive criticism or something, which is nice to get. But unfortunately, more times than not, it's just some giga troll. And I'm kind of on the fence on like how hard I want to moderate that. Like, do I just want to like delete comments? Or like what should I do, you know? Like that's just something I think about on occasion. So that was a bit unfortunate right there. Had to go for the melee punish, obviously. But we ran straight into one of those unsafe tiles. I just saw you. I refreshed my YouTube thing and I see your comment. uh, that's funny. That guy really did delete his comment. Oh, you changed your video, your comment now. It's also just like the phrasing, you know, like the tone of it. That was some misclicks right there. Alright, wave 4 complete. 73 chaos runes, no way. I need to clean that up, honestly, and like these are perfectly fine for just 1 through 8 clears and then resetting, but if I could clean up the amount of damage I take in these early waves, that'd be great. Also, just bring down our supply usage. Oh, we got 2 spirit seeds on the line now. I do have to replant some spirit saplings across the map. Some of them are dead, and I never got around to replanting them. But honestly, I rarely use spirit trees. Ooh, with the tier 1 sub. Appreciate it, man. Good thing my overlay works. The alert. Alright, oh. Why did I think I was gonna be on wave 8 there? Wave 7 now, wave 7. No, I just yellow clicked or something. I just started running towards the boss. Alright, we gotta deal with this melee. Got ourselves into poison, classic. Trying to find ways to make cash sucks. Oh, am I gonna be... Alright, we took just 1 tick of poison, it's fine. Uh-oh. I fumbled so hard. Just tanked 1 HP warrior. Yeah, you really got to get your stats up and even do some questing, honestly, I think, in order to like really start getting methods that like get you good GP. All right, here we're on wave 8. We got away with one there, truly. 1 HP. Yeah, it kind of goes in a circle, huh? So you need this to do this, but then if you do the other thing first, then yeah, it's just a circle of things to do. Let's think big numbers here. Those are some pretty big numbers. 949. You know what? We made a count. We got away with one on wave 7. We made it to wave 8, and we got the job done. I will gladly take Aether Catalyst. Big fan of those right now. We get enough of those, and we'll maybe actually start using some Aether runes. Alright, let's repot. Oh, something doesn't look right in my inventory. What did I not withdraw? One restore. Do you guys do this? It's probably like quicker to like just completely re-gear your inventory rather than like move stuff around. There we go. I have a clanmate talking about waiting for changes to happen at this boss, and I simply don't understand that. Like, we've been farming this boss since release for a whole week now, without doing anything too crazy. I don't think there's anything wrong with this boss. Did they release drop rates? They have not, I don't think. Maybe that will come next week along with some of the other changes. They did tweak a few things, although the exact details I'm not really sure of. And they also talked about more changes to come. So I imagine more, maybe drop rates come along with those changes next week. The game heard I liked Aether Catalyst and has blessed me with more, assuming I live here. Assuming I live. Alright, something like that. It's probably best to just mage it so I don't run the risk of running into melee range and taking silly damage. Alright. I'll say this now, I suppose. On this run, I'm going to do my best to avoid taking dumb damage. What is kind of dumb, though, is since I ZCB almost every phase, every floor, I end up doing so much damage to myself. For example, we pre-anglered and entered here at 121 health, right? And we haven't made any mistakes yet, but now I'm 90 health. It's just kind of funny. Well, yeah, basically, my clanmates talking about waiting for changes. I personally just don't see the point in that, but I'm not here to convince people to do or not do content in the game. But that just leaves me to, you know, think like, hey, you know, like, what is wrong with this boss? And quite honestly, I don't have any complaints. So honestly, avoiding silly damage here is pretty easy. I say as I take damage. But it's when I have to deal with the orb phases. I feel like I'm like pretty decent at handling the orb now, but it's not always perfect, you know? This is just level 5. I thought I was about to get ran over there. That looked real close. Alright, here we go. So, this is pretty good right here. That was a... You know... That... You know what? There's my complaint. How did I manage to yellow click through that? There's my complaint. My one complaint. Yellow click the boss. Yeah, remember when I said I was trying to avoid damage? That's straight into poison. Dang, I got rid of all those rocks? Jeez. Almost messed up there. Caught myself at the last second. During this phase, we ought to be really careful about clicking accurately on the boss because I inverse flicked. Ooh. I believe that was a ranged mage range, and I did a mage range. Yeah, the opposite, you know. Well, back to wave 8 nonetheless. Holy crap. Holy crap. We messed up so bad, but then we saved it. Whew. Oh, man. Where's the loot? What's the tech for the double boulders on wave 8? I heard multiple things. What you're going off of from the move and pray pattern? Yeah, so when the boulders come out, it's a little bit more chaotic the way I do it sometimes. Some other people are more calculated on it, but I prioritize moving first because those once those boulders are thrown out, the rocks are going to spawn underneath you, right? So I prioritize moving first, and then I hit the prayers, and I heavily rely on sound cues during that part. It's like you see the boulders come out, you wait for them to pop, and sometimes what I like to do is because the boulders disable your prayer, I use the disable mechanic to like help me time it better sometimes. So I know the moment my overhead turns off, that's when I need to turn it back on. So that's like another thing I utilize sometimes as well. Yeah, I definitely keep myself moving just to avoid the rocks, but I'm pretty sure you don't necessarily have to do that. You just have to like kind of like it's yeah, it's such a tight window. I'm trying to like explain this properly. I think it's like when the first boulder breaks, that's when you have to move. And then like very shortly after, the second boulder breaks, that's when you have to move again. So it's like move, move, then start flicking. But I guess if you don't want to think too hard about it, you could definitely just like click further so your character stays moving. That's definitely how I did it at first. Now, sometimes when I'm really locked in, I know how to do it a little bit cleaner. But also, in the event that you do mess up and you take damage from the boulder underneath you, it's really not that big of a deal. Unless, you know, you're on a sliver of health and you have to avoid damage at all costs. Even when you get stalled out by the boulder or the rock under you, you like definitely try to stay focused on the prayers. I've definitely done a ton of wave 8s where I messed up and didn't dodge the rock under me, but I just stayed focused on the prayers. Yeah, so if you like click far away, your character's just constantly in motion. That definitely works too. But you do have to be careful of that. You might take some damage if you like walk into some like dangerous tiles or something. Or like a poison tile. Like for example right there is a good example. I just clicked the boss because of the melee punish, but I walked straight into a dangerous tile, which is a tad unfortunate. I think those type of things, though, are things you have to concern yourself about if you're trying to push past 8 and just try to get like a super deep run. But if you're looking towards just getting a wave 8 clear for the first time, or like me where you're just resetting anyways, you can definitely get away with just taking some damage. Can't believe we got DPS checked on level 2. I feel like once you do it once, it's just gonna click for you. It's just one of those things. For KC, it didn't click yet. Yeah, I don't know. How often are you seeing drops and typically what waves? Well, if counting the pet, we've gone 5 drops so far. It's been a good few days since we got a drop though. I think like our last drop was like 2-3 days ago. Probably 2. But here's everything I've gotten so far. The first drop was the pet. Okay, I guess I'll just say this before I start listing things off. I'm like pretty spooned here, admittedly. The first thing I got was the pet on a wave 7. This was before I could even do a wave 8. Like I was brick walled at wave 8. I got to 7 and I was like, okay, I cleared 7. Time to try 8. I click on the burrow hole and I'm like, there's a pet right there. Okay, I'm claiming it. So I got the pet first. Then I got the boots on a wave 5. Then I got the staff on a wave 8. And then I got another pair of boots on a wave 5 again. And then another staff on a wave 8. And ironically enough, we don't have a cloth right now, which is what we're looking for. Yeah, I only started getting like a positive KD ratio against the boss here like 2 days ago. It's hard to say without knowing the drop rates right now. They haven't released that yet. Ouch. But right now I'm at... Actually, I'm not sure what delve count I'm at right now. I'll check after this wave. I am at 1834 with 91 deep delves, and all of those deep delves are 1 through 8s and then resetting. Done 700 with nothing. Keep telling myself today is the day. It probably is the day, you know? I suppose that might be a good thing about not knowing the drop rate, because you just truly don't know. It could be any KC. That was quite a sequence right there. I felt like I was clicking so many things at once. I don't know if just the sheer number of delves is a factor, because you never know if someone's just wave 2 resetting. And I could only imagine... Dude, this is not great. Ah, there we go. I probably could have found another line to do the orb. Yeah, looking at total delves number and then looking at deep delves, it doesn't quite tell the whole story. It's kind of weird, right? I suppose it could give you a loose idea, though. And something I don't know is, for example, last night I just watched a video of Bodhi doing a 1 to 21 delve run. Now, when he was doing 9, 10, 11, so on and so forth, 15, 16, right? Were there better odds of him getting a drop, you know, than just doing multiple wave 8s? Like, at 8 plus, you get 2 rolls on the drop table. I know that. At least that's what the wiki said last time I looked at it. But, like, let's say, like, random number here. Let's say that you have a 2% chance at the boots on wave 8. If you do wave 9, is it still another 2%? Or is it 2.5%? Like, that's what I'm wondering. I'm just gonna get rid of all the rocks. Yeah, I did. That's unfortunate. No, I had to put a lot of confidence in me timing the orb correctly there. You think the 2 rolls on the wiki only applies to common loot? You know what? Yeah, that's what I was wondering as well, because the first couple of days when I looked at the wiki, the specific wording was 2 rolls. But I noticed, like, I don't know if it was yesterday or 2 days ago, it changed rolls to quantity. And when it changed it to quantity, I was like, okay, maybe it's not talking about the uniques. That's the weird part, do you? Most people seem to be getting them at the wave it starts dropping at. Yeah, I think you're right, though. Like, it's just, like, more people are doing those waves, so there's more rolls in the game for those. So it's hard to tell. I messed up again. That should be it. Absolutely chugging brews this run. It is what it is, though. Alright, here we go. Wave 8. Tank the first hit there, but that's okay. I have a tendency to click too early on the first prayer and I eat it. If I could clean that up as well, that'd be great. A little spooky here sitting at low health, but I needed to keep my DPS up. It's just much simpler to get it done during the car phase. Ooh, 1600 Sunfire Splinters? Sheesh. So I've been partially claiming the loot into my inventory because a few days ago I heard people weren't getting their loot if they sent it straight to the bank. I don't know if that's still happening or not, but I just do that just in case. Obviously, if I do pull a unique, I'm just going to put it straight into my inventory. All right, we're up to 5 completions on the day. Yeah, before we hop in, we can take a look at the board, just to look at some information. Yeah, so, oh my goodness, look at this. There's a pretty steep drop-off even from level 2 to 3. There's 700,000 more level 2 completions than level 3. And then there's a 9, is that 900? No, that, can I math? Yeah, that's 900,000 difference in completions from level 3 to 4. And then it's even bigger and bigger. So there's just simply more rolls in those lower waves by a large margin. But here's a question. Has anybody seen any of, like, you know, the other Giga gamers that are doing 8+, like, pull an item like in a deep delve, like on like 15 or something? Because surely by now, like, there's a decent chunk of gamers that are doing that. Are doing the deep delves. And surely they see some loot. You saw someone pull a pet at 10 and risk it? See, 10 is the deepest wave I've heard of someone, like you mentioning that, that's the deepest wave I've heard of someone getting a unique. Bodhi got treads on 16? Okay, okay. I must have missed that. I saw it when he pulled treads on like a 6 or something. Well, the only thing we can do is speculate right now until official information is there, I suppose. I think something like this is a lot harder to do like crowdsourced stuff because like of the whole wave-based thing. It's not like, oh yeah, you know, there were 650,000 Lizardman Shamans slain over the last week, and there was this amount of Dragon Warhammers. Like, not every KC in this instance is the same value. Forgot the depth charge at some point. We don't have spec for the start of wave 4. I think my game plan is that I'm gonna start trying to see how far I can get after I green log. I don't know. I've just committed to collecting the loot on 8 already. It just feels good to get like a KC and then also some loot along the way. Melee KO. I've gone through so many arrows since the start of this boss. Before this week, we had like 35,000 amethyst arrows. Maybe even closer to 36,000. Still hunting for the first unique. Today should be the day. True. It will be the day. $700 or 10k seed or so. I would like to think that's enough to warrant a drop, definitely. Especially if you're getting to like 8 and doing like 4 through 7 where there's like chances at double rolls. Although, like we talked about earlier, unsure if that's just talking about a regular loot or chance at uniques. But like surely it would make sense that the higher you go, the better odds are that you get a drop. Surely. Yeah, it's click now, pretty much make it to 7 consistently, and then the 8 is a 50-50. Yeah, even when you know don't get a full clear, like getting the 7 consistently, that's a lot of delves racked up. A lot of loot rolls. We're gonna have to do some tanking. That was a spooky misclick. Whew. Let's brew all the way up. Yeah, I think the next step for me is that if I could just start doing these a little bit more cleanly on these like first 7 waves especially, so I don't chug brews. Well, that hurt. Oh my god, can I hit it, please? Oh, man. I don't even know how to explain what just happened there. Dude, how hard- wait, how hard did I misclick to where I clicked on my Eye of Ayak? What? How did that happen? What did I click on? How did my Eye of Ayak... I genuinely don't know what happened. That was crazy. Let's fix our inventory. Yeah, everything is now where it should be. I gotta watch that back after this run. Oh, ZCB misses on wave 8. Dude, hello? Holy. Jeez. There we go. That was crazy. Very clean wave 8, but the wave before that? What even happened? What even happened? Well, I think it was wave 7, right? Oh man. For me is like that is crazy. My Eye of Ayak is at the bottom of my inventory there, and somehow I clicked on it. Well, that hurt. Oh, I see. I see what happened. I tried to go for the triple eat because I was kind of panicking. So I went for the Angler Brew Karambon, but I clicked on Angler Brew Eye of Ayak. And then I swapped to the Twisted Bow. And that put my Eye of Ayak like up there. Brain is getting fried. One moment. I pre-potted, but oh well. Okay, what is this POV? What the heck? Alright, let's continue. Today is the day we get the cloth, maybe? I don't know, hopefully. I'm gonna have to pull up the screenshot of when my last drop was. It does feel like it was a while ago. 235 cannonballs. Yeah, I do believe it was the staff. It's just a matter of like how long ago it was. How many delves? It's gotta be a good amount by now. Like, those numbers should really be flying up now because we're consistently getting deep runs. It's very rare that we die early now. Still happens on occasion, but mostly getting the 7 and 8. Oh, inversed it. I think it was like 67 or 68. Alright, this should finish it. No, I tried to dodge that. It's too late. Back to the car phase. 73 death runes. Turned on protect item. So I don't think it makes any difference to me if I turn protect item on or not. Whether it would save me any death fees. I think I'm capped out at 250k regardless. But for normal accounts, I imagine that makes a difference here. I just realized we're 108 range right now. We should probably repot. Ooh, that would have been a little annoying if I didn't get it in time there, and those larvae reached it and healed it. Oh, I didn't have high preserve on. That's why my prayer dropped so quick. Or not my prayer, but my range level dropped so quickly. Pretty quick wave 6. Good DPS here so far. Very nice. That was almost perfect. Really good, all things considered, though. 30 raw sharks. Wow, we barely used any supplies. All we used was a 3-dose brew. Nice. Alright, I'm going to do a little bit of digging here. And let's just take a quick look at our collection log. And I'm going to look through my screenshots, because I definitely took a screenshot. Okay, looks like We pulled our second wand, which was our last item, at Deep Delve 68. And 1519 total delves. So that was over 300 ago. 335, I think, to be exact. Wow, we've done 36 deep delves since then. All right. Let's keep going. Let's continue. Actually, I don't even know who's online right now. There's a decent amount of people online. Alright, someone just said, what's up with Wave 5? Why can't I finish that one? I always get stuck in there with loads of time spending in that wave. Well, I mean, I don't really know how to reply to that comment because I don't know what's going on in that guy's Wave 5, you know what I mean? Wave 5 is the first phase with the car phase, and maybe they're just running around not doing damage during the car phase, which is actually the moment where you're supposed to do a lot of DPS because during car phase it is 100% accuracy. What item is the third? Wait 1 second. Third last in my inventory. Like at the bottom of my inventory. That is the Eye of Ayak, if we're talking about the same thing here. That's the new staff. Third last, yeah. Sorry, my brain was not working there in the middle of the wave and reading that. But yeah, that's the Eye of Ayak, that's the new staff. The only reason I have it in my inventory is because every time I clear a delve level and defeat Doom Mocha here, the staff passively charges itself with somewhere between 10 to 20 tears, demon tears. Ouch. Don't melee me. And we were just on this whole thing about, we need to avoid taking damage in the early waves. And here I am, 52 health, heading into wave 3. Oh, we're super low on prayer. Perhaps sip a prayer potion that's in my inventory. That would be smart. Repot, preserve on. I feel like it's just absolutely spamming the melee punish right now. Wow, so dry. We don't even know the drop rates, but so dry, man. Dang it. We're so unlucky. Oh. Good for one of those on occasion. My only complaint of sorts. Yeah, that's my only complaint about it. I like the idea of it, but it does feel like a weird inconsistency that the game stops you from auto-attacking for the shield, but it doesn't stop you from auto-attacking for the melee punish. That does seem like an inconsistency, for sure. No! Oh, I made it. Nice. But, you know, like there was a day where that was happening a lot that was happening a lot to me, and I was like, this is so annoying. But then I realized that even if I accidentally do that T-bow hit, and sometimes it's not even an accident, it's just sometimes it's the timing, there's truly nothing you can do. There's still like a decent window of time to where you can still get the melee off. But yeah, it is a slight point of frustration though. A wave evaded is extremely tight if it happens. Plus boulders and all that going on. Yeah, for sure, for sure. You gotta wonder, like, if they did that on purpose or not. Like, if that was a conscious decision, they were like, yeah, you know what? We're not removing weapon cooldown for this. Would maybe think it was intentional if the grub shield was the same. That is true. Yeah, that's why. Like, it should be one or the other, I guess. Yeah. And that was a pretty clean wave 7. I don't think we actually took any damage there, which is, it feels good, man. Tiny hiccup there, that's okay. That may have been a mistake. At least we saw it coming. Almost continued. But give me the loot. That is 8 completions on the day. We're farming. Hello, click. Go forward. Thank you. We zoomed and we were playing from outer space right there. What? Alright, challenge. Try not to do something stupid on our way to wave 8. Impossible. It seems. I'm probably gonna be so bad at trying to get a deep run. Of course, my inventory would change slightly too. Like, I wouldn't be using the scythe because of all the hit splats, the poison tiles it would do. It would create. Oops. This is why you always pay attention to the boulder color. Because sometimes it's hard to tell. Based on the projectile speeds. So they fixed the bug where you no longer spam the clan with your PB broadcast every time you clear wave 8. But how am I supposed to flex on my clanmates and let them know that I'm clearing these? Come on. Oh, did not go where I thought I would. Uh-oh. Smart choice to opt for the one-way there just to make sure I made it on time. That was close. Oh my god, heal me please. Dude, it never heals me. It never heals me. I thought I ate that melee there. I'm dead. Oh man. Yeah, what we were due for that. What wave was that? Wave 5. Yeah, we were doing pretty good today so far. Was not doing some stupid on early waves, but they should broadcast that in the clan chat. True. Just like shaming you. Got people yapping in the Discord about the boss and stuff. All right. One little silly mistake, not too bad. We're honestly rapidly improving day to day. Like 3-4 days ago, dying left and right. Still getting some KCs, but mostly dying. The last couple of days, more KCs than deaths. We'll take it. Just got cloth the classic, complain and rewarded. Hey, congrats. Yeah, you know, with the amount of drops I've gotten and in the fashion that I've gotten them in, I don't think I should be complaining. But, you know, like, maybe I should, you know, maybe I should just keep complaining. And that's how I get the drop. Wave 7, well earned, well earned. Especially considering with the cloth. You can get as early as wave 2, which is absolutely crazy. Like, frame it like this, actually. The fact that you can pull the best in-slot magic glove slot in the game from wave 2 of this boss. I feel like that's pretty insane. Now, once we find out the actual chance you can get it on wave 2, like maybe it's a little different, but Am I standing in melee range? I'm not, right? Yeah, I'm not. So the ZCB, I don't know how many people here are have a ZCB or are using it here. Not gonna lie, the ZCB does help with consistent completions a lot. Just because you can start out these like late waves by ZCB spec, T-bow hit, and it more than likely triggers the shield phase. So it helps with consistency a lot. And oftentimes, because you enter shield phase so quickly, and it follows into the car phase immediately, you avoid dealing with the double boulder. But I'd like to think we've been getting pretty good at handling the double boulders, so even without the CCB, I'd like to think we'd still be able to get a decent amount of completions. Max range strength gear now hits 101 damage on Olm head. I believe it. Probably like 98. How did I know that? Oh, we lost our autocast. Deserved for making fun of math in clan chat. That was the motivation you needed to continue on. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, the fact that I've gone drops here, it's probably a strong reasoning as to why I've been continuing to go so hard at this boss. Although, also to be fair, it is objectively a fun boss. I'm having a lot of fun here, but the drops do certainly help. I couldn't help but like say something there because it's like dang, new max hit in chambers with max range strength is 101. Oh, what was the number before? 98. Dang, so the boots give 4 damage? It's like 101 minus 98. That's some difficult math right there. Was that worth it? To get rid of that melee grip? Didn't feel like it. How was I late on that? I'm just boomer reaction time right there. Holy. Alright, that should be it. Yeah, so I don't know if it was the last run or a couple of runs ago. It's all a blur to me right now, but we did have a run where we essentially took no damage. We just pre-brewed for wave 8 because of all the ZCB damage we did to ourselves. If only we could do that every time. Oh, there are still rocks. Sometimes you just gotta, like, zoom super far out just to see. I didn't do that. Was hoping for a big T-bow hit there. Ouch. Honestly, having the melee punish there is pretty beneficial just so we get into shield phase. And our T-bow's just absolutely noodling. That might not have been good positioning. Indeed, it was not. Just cleared out all the rocks. What can you do? So we're racking up a decent amount of cannonballs in which I don't even know where I would use them anymore. Couple of misclicks there. Okay. Saved it. Another one. Well, if you compare this run where we used an Angler Karambon and I don't know even know how many brews, like maybe like a good 3.5 brews there. Actually 3 brews. Yeah, we used 3 brews. That's like almost 3 times more food usage than the previous run. So it does vary quite a bit for us right now. Well, our brew stack has dropped below 5,000. Reply to a YouTube comment real quick. The Mocha guide I made is actually picking up a decent amount of traction. So I'm just doing my best to reply to people if they have questions and stuff. Aha! Not this time. I dodged that tile. Oh, dodged that tile. They're out to get me right now, jeez. Just go ahead and mage that. Not risking a melee. Oh my god, 49 Sunkissed bones? We got 400k worth of loot right there. Even though as an Iron Man, that's like kind of irrelevant for us. We don't need the bones. Although one day, if I decide to switch up the account build on my other account that's in the game group, I could use those prayer EXP, I guess. How did I take damage there? I stepped back. Oh. Good morning. How are the total delves looking today? Pretty good. I think we're over 10 deep delves today already. Ouch. Total delves are in like the 1800s, I think. Maybe closer to 1900s now. Yeah, 1877 and 96 deep delves. We started at 80 today, or 87 today, so... $1,200 total. I wanted to avoid the poison. Instead, I took 10 billion damage. I should have ran around to the other side sooner. See, if I didn't bring as many brews as I did, this would just automatically be a dead run. And I'd claim here and probably reset. Oh boy, fire runes. You know, I feel like I might be getting baited with the RNG that I've had thus far. Because now I'm thinking, you know what? Surely I'm going to green log real soon. With the way things have worked out. What if it's an elaborate bait, you know? And I'm going to spend an eternity getting the cloth. You know, like 5+ people with 5 drops at 1500. So what you're saying is I'm not even spooned. I only have 4. Well, actually, you count the pet. That's 5. Guys, I'm not lucky right now. Everything is all pure speculation at this point right now, anyways. Until there are hard numbers to look at, and even then, it's like muddied because just because someone tells you they have 2,000 total delves, and then you ask them, how many deep delves do you have? 2. It's like, oh, how many wave 7s do you have? 10. Like. Or like someone could have 0 deep delves, but they've farmed wave 7 like 800 times. Oh, that was a misclick. Ooh, good thing we actually did damage there because I procced that orb so early. What? Oh. It got rid of the one behind me too? I feel scammed out of that one. Rough wave 7 there. Ooh, Aether Catalyst. Hello, DPS? Hello, DPS. Is this 10 tiles? Didn't seem like it. Finish it. Sweet. See? Right there, absolutely noodled in the beginning. Had to deal with what? That was like 2 sets of double boulders. Feels good, man. As in, like, feels good that I was able to handle that, and like I'm not like ZCB crutching into the shield face. Let's keep it going. Well, we're gonna be at 100 real soon. Ripperoni. Alright, so I do think the boss is difficult. But I don't think there's anything wrong with the boss to where it's like, oh yeah, they need to change that. Because if you do any changes, it just makes the boss easier, and for what reason other than to just make the boss easier? Besides the thing we already talked about, which is the what feels like an inconsistent can't speak inconsistency with your auto attack not canceling for you for the melee phase, but it does that for the shield phase. Like, we already talked about that. That feels like an inconsistency. I can't say the word, apparently. But yeah, like, I don't feel like they're gonna make any changes. In fact, the one thing that seemed incredibly insane on day 1 was the orb, the shield, and how, like, you could just be like 1 tick out of it and you're cooked. And they fixed that. And I think the shield is perfectly reasonable now. The orb, I should say, for the shockwave attack. Shielded Doom is a new NPC, kind of like Demonic Gorillas and Akka, so it interrupts your attack. but melee punished Doom is the same NPC. Interesting. Well, that explains the reasoning why it does that. Is there any other situation or any scenario in the game that's kind of like that? Well, you say demonic gorillas? That's kind of interesting, like, cause like Akka, I can definitely see, but yeah, I mean, to be honest, I'm not very educated on that, so. But that does make sense to me. Might be gaslighting on the gorillas, but I recall radius markers worked on them for a bit. Never tried radius markers at demonic gorillas, but I do use them at Akka. So as we improve at doing this and we're getting more and more deep runs, I'd like to think that means we're going to see a drop sooner. Uh-oh. Well, I saw that coming. Good thing I ate. And I was way too far away there to run in and Ember Light it too, so... I was just screwed right there unless I ate. That was a pretty diagonal orb right there. $59 wave 6. I remember getting that 56-second PB. That was a nuclear one. The T-bow just absolutely popped off. Very nice. Loot not that interesting this run for me. Anytime I see Aether Catalyst though, I'd be like, oh boy. But ironically. Unironically. Oh. If nothing else, even when I mess up now, I'm doing a much better job of not just pure panic. You panic, you're dead. I ran out early. Alright. Patting myself on the back on that one. Holy, good execution right there. All of that for 23 raw sharks. Wow, he actually got a new PB. That's not a bug, that's a genuine new PB. How does he do it? 50 charges left on the pendant. This is the last 50 charges because I don't have any extra frozen tears in my bank. So I set up a poll on YouTube. It's like, are you guys enjoying the final update? Final Dawn update, you know, like Mocha, the fletching mini game, Gemstone Crab, and like, you know, just the update in general. I think one person voted no. Entitled to your opinion, obviously, but man, I really think this is a great update. I am curious, like, for the people that may not enjoy this update so far, like, I wonder what their reasonings might be. Plot twist is just some angry dude, like, because the servers are lagging right now because there's just more players on. Oh, I have a tiny bit of coffee left in my cup from a little while ago. I didn't even realize. Wow. Did I not click it? Did I not click that tree? Huh. That's unfortunate. He doesn't have a scythe, bro. People keep telling him about a scythe when he doesn't have a scythe. Oh, I want to keep typing, but I also don't want to die right now. No. All because I was typing. Appreciate the follow. Hmm. Yeah, that was a scam at work. So moving on. Seen it before. Oops. The dash really does take a long time to like wind up on wave 5 compared to 6, 7, 8. Well, there are very few trees here. What's going on? I'm playing from outer space right now. Was I 1 HP? Perhaps. Holy. We're alive. Oh, I was actually surprised there was a melee there. A melee punish. Or 2-minute wave 6. Appreciate the follow. Mayor Nice 96. I thought that said Mayo for a second. Or maybe it is. It could be Mayo R Nice. Wave 7 completed. Pot up. Dude, this is crazy right now. That was incredibly rude. No. Not like that, man. After I survive all of that, after I flick all those boulders with the melee punish, I get ran over. If you don't attack after the orb, he can melee punish. If you don't attack after the orb, he can melee punish. Okay. So, like, what do we do, though? We just, like, awkwardly stand there afterwards? See, Peppy, you know, like, okay, I didn't get the KC there, but you see that? I'm getting better and better at the orb, the boulder attack flicks. So even when my ZCB noodles. Yeah, I survived all of that to get ran over by the car. Oh, man. You just stand there awkwardly if he doesn't do the punish right away. How's the collection log looking like? Pretty good, but also a little troll. Just missing the cloth right now. 2 boots, 2 staves, 1 pet, 0 cloth. I'll tell you what, those flicking those orbs are so fun. Those attacks. It's so satisfying to get it right. And bonus points if you don't take any other damage from like the boulder shrapnel and all that. Oops. Oh, I turned off my prayer early. Classic. You know, I think that was our first wave 8 death today. Like, we've died several other times, but I don't think I've died at 8. I died earlier to like some silly stuff. We just didn't react to the melee at all. Kibo noodling right now? Oh, very much noodling. Oh. The classic inverse flick. I gotta repot. That last dose only lasted us like like 30 seconds. Play it safe here. I'm confusing myself and my inventory. Pretty awkward wave 4, but we got it done. Already chewing into our brews. I'm sure it'll be fine. I feel like the game's like, hey, I heard you like the melee punch mechanic. Here's some more. Okay, I just instinctively hit it there, but I suppose if I didn't hit it, then it wouldn't enter shield phase. That bad boy is 4 health. A big T-bow hit here, please. Yes. That works out because now these green larvae creeping in can break the shield. No way it broke the ones in the middle. Well, we're just gonna have to tank. I'm gonna be arrogant here and not brew? Am I gonna be dead because of it? There's a chance. We're alive. I didn't want to brew there to keep my DPS up. But one mistake there and I would have died. $68 Sharkler, huh? Oh, ZCB misses. How unfortunate. Finish it. Nice. Well, that's a lot of Aether Catalyst. Sweet. 99 KC. Briefly got baited by the Waystone, I won't lie. For some reason, sometimes I see the Waystone and I think it's the cloth. But like only for like a nanosecond when I first click on the loot. Twelve 12 wait, I can't speak right now, jeez. Talking is difficult apparently. 12 wave 8 completed today. Is what I was trying to say. Up to 1905 total delves. We're probably going to hit 2,000 total today. Because, well, I don't know. That might be a lot, actually. That might be a lot. Let's say we do 4 wave 8s an hour. Like, this is assuming we don't die. But I guess when we do die, you know, the waves we get to still count. Yeah, it's probably like 30 delves an hour. You don't think I'm gonna do 2,000 delves because I'm gonna get the drop soon? True. I like that line of thinking. You know, I see those 80 Aether Catalysts right there, and I want to say that's the first ever time in all the runs we've done so far that I've rolled Aether Catalyst in Wave 1, because 80 is such a small amount to see. Every time I've gotten an Aether Rune drop, it's like 150 plus or something. And I see that, I'm like, 80? That's it? But it's Wave 1, so... How crazy is it to bring a 4-wave Missouri swap for the first 5 waves? You mean the first 4 waves? But I did think about that. It's probably going to be speedrun tech. Because let's be honest, like you can do a full clear taking 0 damage. Oh, don't have spec. Imagine I got a natural proc right there. That'd have been nice. I can't believe I took damage there. Why am I playing at such a weird angle right now? It kind of works though. There we go. And move. That was a misclick. Oh, I've been using the scorching bow this entire time. Instead of the T-bow. You know, I'm getting used to the diagonal pathing orbs too. It's really not so bad. Dang it. I was trying to get it to the corner, but I just couldn't get there fast enough. It's all fine though. Dragon dart tips. You know what? I feel like I haven't seen that in a while. That's nice to get. I'm not getting the other one because I'm about to get meleeed. If you're trying to go for a deep run and you get those melees first, that's gonna be so annoying. Because the damage is gonna stack up. I think this rock should be protected. Yep, it is. Telf got a staff? Where's the clog? Wait, does he already have one? Oh, I think he does, yeah. Did I just cancel my auto there? Yeah, I just end up taking a good bit of damage from like a bunch of little things. Seen me on an Aussie world? I don't think I've been on an Aussie world. I don't think that was me. Ooh, that was a little sketch. We're good though, and there's the KC. Renard seeds. Alright, we're gonna claim 1.2 mil worth of loot. You know what? I'll take it. I'll gladly take that. Oh, that was KC 100. So for anybody just tuning in right now, what we've been doing is 1 through 8, and once we beat 8, we just reset. We claim the loot. It doesn't matter how many supplies we have or whatever. I just decide to claim the loot right then and there. So when we have 100 deep delves, that is 100 1 through 8 completions. And I think I decided that I'm going to keep doing that until I finish out the clog, which is just the cloth left. All right, someone just commented, "What is a ranged melee attack?" Makes no sense. Shouldn't have to pray melee from a distance. What is a ranged? Oh, it's just like the orbs at Leviathan or those prayer draining orbs at Ulm and Chambers, I suppose. That is kind of funny to think about. Like, there's a projectile coming at you, but you have to pray melee. Okay, range. Alright, this one's gonna be a mage orb. See, ooh, 146 Aether Catalyst that time. So I guess that's still one roll, huh? 80 is just probably on the lower end, which we haven't seen too often. Because you only get one roll on wave 1, obviously. There's no way you get 2 rolls. Hmm. Let's get Death Charge going. Instant melee punish. $57 max hit. Beautiful, beautiful. I thought it was wave 5 for some reason. Now we're at wave 5. Oh, I didn't get it. Unfortunate. These rocks are creating like a funnel for them to come in. Onyx bolts. What's a man gotta do to get a cloth, yeah? What do I have to do? What's a man gotta do for his T-Ba to not do 0 damage? For like 4 hits straight. 5 hits straight. Wave 7, this is going to be a little bit quicker. And we just happen to stand on a poison tile. That is quite unfortunate. I done goofed. Think big numbers here. Nah, I'm gonna take damage. That should be it. Another wave 8. Our 17th wave 8 for today. Apparently anyways, according to the chat box. These rocks are in Narnia. Farming wave, 6 waves, do you think I have a chance for a unique? Oh yeah, for sure. You can get the cloth as early as wave 2, the staff as early as wave 3, and the boots as early as wave 4. I think if you get to 6, you can even get the pet. That was a beautiful sequence right there. That should be it. I got both pairs of my boots on wave 5s, interestingly enough. Anyways, that is another wave 8 complete. $1,300 total at the moment, no unique. That seems unfortunate. You know, I've been thinking there might be a chance that we could get like 2 drops in one wave. It could be possible. Looks like we're running a little low on fire runes here. Jeez. Let's chuck some fire in there. There we go. Just like, what was that, like 200 left? Less than 1,000 for sure. So with that last completion, we have done 14 wave 8s today. One singular rune pickaxe. Make sure with that charge. Pretty speedy right now. Don't have spec for wave 3, which we typically do if we do remember the death charge on wave 2, but pretty speedy right now. Come on, chuck out the melee punish. I know you want to. There it is. There goes wave 3. Wow, there was just nowhere to dodge there. Every tile I clicked on was dangerous right there. That was unfortunate. I had full faith in my DPS there. Probably not the best thing to do on average, but I don't know. I feel like I didn't hit it there. Unless I can't hit it during the orb at all. Shield phase still happened, you know? Yeah, the T-bow in Elite Void is really good here. And we're also just staying potted up. We're doing a much better job of that, staying potted up without brewing when we don't have to. That felt like a fast run. 8:45. I think that's like our second fastest one. Maybe third. Yeah, we only used 5 brew doses there. And that was mostly just safing up. That was a good run for sure. Sheesh. Spec change. That's fine with me. I'm not sitting around waiting for spec. We forgot the death charge. I didn't mean to click that. I want to know who's sitting around waiting for spec to regen in between rooms. I did that like once or twice just to like see, but like my regular runs I haven't been doing that. Is anybody here like actually waiting for spec in between waves? I mean, obviously, you know, it's if you're just taking your time, no big deal. It makes sense to, as long as you're allowed to. But that's just something I'm not personally doing. Silly mistake there. On to the next. You know what? We might be able to start just using the waystones and profit waystones. Potentially. Because when we do get them, we get multiple. Oops. Oh, well, that was a waste. I didn't mean to brew there, but might as well at this point. Dude, we're not doing DPS. Jeez. Nice. A 928. We're zooming right now. Oh yeah, that 5-man group hardcore Road to GM is starting this month or in August. We're starting to be pretty speedy here. Can't find any info about this interesting mechanic of the blue shield phase. It is true that if you milk this phase, killing the larva before they reach the boss using Dark Light instead of Scobo, then you are somehow doing non-shield based damage to the boss. Not entirely sure what. Sure. Let's keep going. In we go again. "32-second level 1. We didn't death charge. What can you do? Ooh, 4 dragon plate legs? That's gotta be like a double roll, right? Actually, no, that was wave 3. There's no double rolls on wave 3, I don't think. It's 4 through 7 that are like 1 to 2 rolls, I think. That's not my T-bow. No silly damage taken. I somehow missed the prey range button. That's unfortunate. Let's not get ahead of ourselves or whatever and just simply pot up. I can't like not click on the boss immediately, and I'm supposed to like not hit it so it doesn't trigger shield phase. That's so weird. Very weird. Dang it, bro. DPS not there on this one. Oh, that was silly. $9.36. We're getting a lot of sub 10s right now. Absolutely zooming. How's a 4 dragon platelet going? Some good money right there. Fixed double death with Doom. I don't know what it is right now, but I feel like we're just absolutely zooming through, piling up the KCs. We don't have spec. I guess I'll just mage that one. That is some unfortunate clicks. Oh, we could be, I think we're pacing quite well if our Divine plot only ran out near the end of Wave 4. That's, like, pretty late, pretty far in. Dude, why would it path forward like that? What? It was right next to me. Am I missing something? I feel like I got scammed on that one. $1,000 Earth Runes. I wasted a range dose there. That was a fat misclick. Taking a bit of, like, stupid damage on this one. Oh, well, that's just not where I wanted it to go at all. Might as well heal all the way up. Very nice. Continuing the sub 10s, although this one was a little bit slower. Good stretch of runs right now. Let's keep it going, keep it going. Let's take a look at our collection log right now. Up to 1953 doves. You know what? I think earlier we said that I wasn't sure if I was going to make it to 2000 today, but I feel like we are. I feel like we are. Because, well, like, if we continue to do wave 8s, that's only like another hour. slightly over. Ooh, starting out strong. 2 dragon plate legs on the table. Some good alks right there. I need to check how many away stones we have now, because I do think we're actually starting to rack those up. Come on, Tebow. Bliss. Very slow wave 3. just wave 5, so we don't need to concern ourselves. I am going to brew here. Oh, 10 minutes until we get 6 hours. Holy. Dude. What a misclick, bro. Well, I actually haven't died in a while, huh? I'm watching that back real quick, though. What a sad misclick. That is crazy. That shouldn't even be a clickable tile. It's so unfortunate. Oh, let's log, because 6 hour. So unfortunate. Oops. Well, that was a waste. You know what? I'm gonna try some. I don't think I run out of restores really, so I'm gonna. What's my? My melee strength is 115. Oh, perfect. We're gonna try a 6-way, because why not? He'll be fine, right? Totally won't run out of supplies. He's waiting. We're ripping the 6-way. What could possibly go wrong? What could possibly go wrong? Come on, man. Chibo's noodling. Oh, there we go. Big hit. Yeah, definitely a noodling, though. Got DPS checked on wave 2. And ZCB misses on wave 3. Followed by a 0 T-bow. Another one. Oh man, it's rough right now. And another 0. Well, that was unfortunate. I got bumped in the melee range. I got bumped in the melee range, man. Come on. What can you do? We're messing around with a 6-way melee switch right now. Typically I do 4. I'm going to see if I can get away with it. We're going to be dropping 1 brew, 1 restore in favor of the Torva top and bottom. We're missing 4 prayer, but that's okay. We'll just TP straight there. We will TP straight there. Hello? Oh my god. That was annoying. One singular spirit seed. Clan chat's pretty quiet, but I assume everybody's just gaming or something. I know a couple of people are at Mocha as well right now. $57 max hit. When I lose 1 range level from the pot, I actually lose 2 max hits, which is kind of crazy. Dude, it's 2 health. Are you serious? Celestris seed. And of course the 50 guaranteed demon tears. Come on. That's unfortunate. And coal. Not very interesting. Not too bad, not too bad. How's it going? How's it going? Some good runs today so far, but no items yet. Of course, like we've been saying, we don't know drop rate, so not sure what to expect, really. I'm currently experimenting with a 6-way melee switch. I don't know if that's just being greedy. But I've been using less and less supplies. So we'll see if we can manage. I am going to have to use those said supplies right here, though, because I'm about to just face tank here. Wow, why are there, like, no trees? That should do the trick. I guess maybe it was in the corner. Like, it might actually be bad to put it in the corner. Oh, ZZB missed. That's unfortunate. Alright, we have made it to wave 7, so these boulder attacks are going to be quicker. Okay, the fact that we got a melee punish there to set us up into shield phase, this might be pretty low. Okay, that might actually be ideal. Yeah, the melee switch is just for the punish. We've been doing 4-way switches, which has been fine. But I'm now being a little greedy to see if we can get away with 6. Yep, still doing wave 8 resets. We're now over 100 deep delve KC though, so we've been putting in work. And I think closing in on 2,000 total delves. Probably in the mid 1900s right now. Yeah, still after the cloth, funny enough. You know, hopefully it's not cursed or something. No. Okay, so right there, that was unfortunate. That was just a brain fart right there. I flipped it around. I thought my end point for the orb was my start. Well, I mean, I think we can get away with the 6-way. I mean, look at the supplies we had there. Indeed, I have lost 10k arrows already. It's crazy. Try to hide behind the rocks diagonally when possible. Why is that specifically? I mean, I do it sometimes just, you know, like out of necessity, but I don't really like look to do the diagonals. Oops. Wrong teleport. Shockwaves eliminate a lot less rocks. I guess that makes sense, actually, yeah. Because your player kind of... Because the rock you're standing at, it's gonna... I don't know how to explain it, but I think I know what you mean, yeah. It's gonna cover more tiles. Yeah, we really have... I lost my train of thought. I'm like reading a YouTube comment. Alright, back we go. Yeah, because I think the boss actually kind of targets you when it does that. And if you're covering a diagonal, then it'll cover more tiles. Oh, we only brought a 4-way switch this time because I didn't update the tab. The rock is behind me! I got body blocked by the rock. You know what? If we had the 6-way switch right there, that melee punish would have finished it off. You just know some sicko is gonna bring like an 8-way switch. Although it might not be necessary for an 8-way because of the boots now. Humble 5. I switched too fast. I'm so used to the 4-way switch because we've done so many runs like this now. Bringing the 6 is probably a bit troll, let's be honest. Like, maybe like more effort than it's worth too. But I really don't think we need the supplies anymore. That might have been a little too early. No, actually I still caught it. Okay, cool. Especially if we're doing constant runs like this, maybe it's just better for my hand if I don't rip a 6-way switch constantly. Because you know the boss sometimes like spams the melee punish, so like you're like switching over and over again. Yeah, with no information on the drop table, not even from the blog post this morning. Just pure copium right now. Wait, did it just melee me for 39? I think it did. That's so unfortunate. Yeah, I think that was a melee, because like even if that was the larvae, it wouldn't have done that much damage. It would have done like less than 20. Spec quite literally just came up. Why would it path me right there? Dude, what? Am I not dude, what? It's probably just a true tile, like, messing with me right there. A whole bunch of damage taken right there for no reason. I just missed the prayer, I guess. I just missed the prayer. Oh, you know what we haven't done in a while? We haven't checked our Eye of Ayak. 14,858 charges. For free. Here we go again. Yeah, so in the guide video I made, I unfortunately made an editing error at this one part. I can't speak, man. This is what happens when you just farm the boss for an ungodly amount of hours. Lose brain cells, can't speak in proper sentences. But no, yeah, in my video for the boss, I made an editing error, unfortunately. And quite honestly, I must have missed it just because, like, I pushed the video out and I was like, alright, back to farming the boss. Because normally I would, like, watch the video myself a few times over before I upload something. But that one, I was just like, alright, I recorded everything I needed, went through the editing process. But unfortunately missed this one portion of it. Nice editing, bro. Start us out with some cannonballs. You know, I feel like we were on an absolute burner before we logged out for the 6-hour log. Like, we must have done, like, a bunch consecutively. And, like, super quickly, too. But I feel like when I relogged, kind of just lost my flow. Yeah, it really comes in waves. Sometimes when I start struggling, I struggle for a little bit, and then all of a sudden I knock out like 4 or 5 in a row. But generally speaking, we've been getting more and more consistent. I don't have to handle the orb. Alright, wave 5. I could be wrong, but I feel like when you pull something from here, for example, cannonballs, as you keep going, there's a tendency to get more cannonballs. That's probably not a thing, but just probably something I like randomly noticed. Oh my god. Just 8 of 56. Like, I doubt that's true, but just a random thing I've noticed. Just did some TOA calcs for Caffrey and Baba. Insane. Probably with the new year. I feel like I just got instantly meleeed. What was that 17? Oh, I might get run over. Ooh! Oh, I was not expecting that one to go. Back to wave 8. CCB misses, that's unfortunate. Oh wow, a new PB, 814? I was not expecting that. Where did the time even come from? 30 seconds, 44, 114, 58. I didn't get a PB in any of the waves, but I got a new PB overall. Interesting. Well, let's try to rip the 6-way again. Yeah, it was just like, yeah, good times across the board. Nothing crazy. If it comes out that you have to survive the previous run to get a unique. I think on my previous PB, that was like an 825 or something. I had a new PB on wave 7 and 8. But yeah, this one was just a consistently good one. Through and through. He's watching Peppy for type from 10 minutes in the Discord. I'm gonna avoid typing in the middle of a run. Because we'll either straight up plank or just take a ton of damage. 6-way switch! Yes, sir! Oops. T-bow noodling? I bring the 6-way melee switch and now my T-bow just doesn't want to hit, huh? Hmm. I wonder how the boots work, how well the boots work with the Venator ring, because typically Venator ring has been somewhat useless. But I wonder if like maybe them together is like something insane or something. On to wave 6. Chibo noodling. Chibo really noodling. You know what? That new PB run, we must have not had a shield phase on any of the car phase ones. Like, after car phase. Like, we finished it during car phase, I should say. Yeah, like this 2-minute 5-second wave 6. Yeesh. Just having a shield phase at the end, I think, is a solid 30 seconds, if not more. And here we go again. Back to wave 8. That's unfortunate. That is very unfortunate. Can't seem to find our DPS. That was 3 sets of boulders just to get the shield phase. I wasn't 100% sure I was safe there, so I just combo 8. Better safe than sorry. Wait, what? What? I hit me for a 23 there. Boulder. Okay, so I eat the first hit. That's fair. Range, mage. What did I get hit by? Okay, I eat the first hit by range, mage. Oh, I see. It was the boulder. Like the boulder shrapnel or whatever you want to call it. That's unfortunate. I couldn't even see that. Yeah, I could not see that at all. But I hit the prayers correctly there. I just got slapped too hard on that first missed prayer. It was very punishing, a 65. I feel like dying like that is going to be very, very rare, but I mean, obviously, as you can see, it can happen. Quite unfortunate. That's a tough position to be in because, like, when you're flicking and moving in the orb, do you really want to go for the eating right there, you know? Like, you want to just prioritize, like, getting the prayers correctly, I would think. So that first hit doing 65, that's got to be, like, on the higher end, too. Like, I don't think I've seen that. Oh, we dropped the 6-way again. Who cares? Unless I bother to update the tab, I'm just gonna forget. just forgot to move, I guess. I don't know. The melee KO. Nice. That was early. Aether Catalyst. We gotta complete this run just for the Aether Catalyst. That doesn't look safe. It was safe though, but it certainly didn't look like it. Good thing I played the mechanic and not DPS because it was 3 health, but my bow just decided to noodle. Oh, that rock is 100% not going to be there. That's wave 7 done. Sunfire Splinters. I feel like I haven't seen that in a while. I forgot those ECB. Might as well send it for a guaranteed hit, right? Okay. Yeah, guaranteed hit, by the way. A 950. Yeah, that was a slow wave 8. A lot of Sunfire Splinters, 1300. I still do need to corrupt my or not corrupt, but bless my quiver on the other account. So those Sunfire Splinters are unironically useful. Plus, you can't bless or corrupt a Ralos, which I've been using as well. 107 completions now. We're up to 1996 total delve, so unless we somehow plank before wave 4 on the next run, we're going to hit 2000. Oh, wasted an angler. I'm so curious about the drop rates because I want to know, like, what is the likelihood of me not having the cloth right now? So we've talked about our amethyst arrows and how we've gone over 10,000 of them. We've gone over like 400 ruby bolts too, which is crazy. And keep in mind, we're only using those to spec. Imagine if we got DPS checked on wave 1. That has happened before, by the way. But it hasn't happened in a very long time now. 123 mil total range EXP. I almost pressed the claim button. You see my TOA DPS calc spam in PV. No, I have not checked it out yet. I did see Vivo go like Peppy has been typing for the last 10 minutes. And ow, that hurt. I just ate a melee attack. Oh, that's not the... I was fixing my inventory and I accidentally equipped a few things. Oh yeah, I tried some 6-way melee switches earlier. It was a lot of clicking, to say the least. Ow. Just eating damage on this run to like perfectly avoidable things. I swear there's like no good options there. That was a bit unfortunate. Unless I just didn't see one. Oh yeah, we should be over 2,000 total delves now since we managed to make it past level 4. I was at 1996 before I entered here. I don't think I would have been safe there anyways. Well, that would have been the longest orb. That was actually from one side of the room to the other. Just eating stomped. Everything's fine. Saved. $125 dragon dart tips. Alright, where's my screenshot that I took? 1519 total delves. So that was like 500 delves ago. Holy. 500 delves ago. Perhaps we're working on another drop soon. And how many charges do I have on this pendant? 34? I feel like it was such a long time ago that we said there was 50 left. But if we're making a deep run every time, I suppose I'm only using like 4 to 5 per hour. Let's keep this going. "27 seconds on wave 1. That is close to the PB. "36 seconds. Only 1 minute and 3 seconds to get past the first 2 waves. Pacing pretty well right now. Very nice. One whole prayer pot used to get to wave 5. I don't know why I couldn't find my free melee there. It's like I just forgot where it was. Honestly, I don't know where I was going with that tree. I don't know what my plan was there. Oh my god, it's 2 already? Oh, that is definitely not ideal. That just got rid of most of the rocks. Oops. Okay, I had a suspicion that might happen. Oh my god, I'm just trolling. Whew. Took like no damage for most of this, and then right there on wave 7, just didn't do anything correctly there. Okay, I shouldn't have tried to do too much there. I got cocky and thought I could click on the boss while flicking. No way I took damage right there. Dude, what? Oh my... No. What just killed me there, bro? Alright, that was the second time today I somehow managed to, like, misclick so hard I equipped my Eye of Ix somehow. Bro, what the heck? What did I die to, though? I thought I was in the orb. Oh, not for that last row. Okay. That was a weird camera angle for me to be into, to be honest. Usually, when I'm dealing with the orb, I'm a lot more top-down. Not right there, I guess. These boots are so cool, man. $2,011. Alright, be right back. All right. Huh. I guess we continue try to get the cloth. Now let's keep trucking. Hmm. Hmm. That could have been bad. Where is the cloth? That's unfortunate. Dude, what the heck did I even click on? It's kind of weird in my clan. Like, I have the most drops, but I also have the most KC, so it's like, eh. Hard to say. Well, there I go, switching my prayers too early again. I am getting a bit tired for today though, because we've been going at it for a while now. So we'll have to see how this goes. From here on out. Oh my, I stepped out too early. One tick too early. Oh no, that was a misclick. Whew. Okay. That was a misclick. 8:59 on the first one after a little break. Nice. Dang it, I wasted another angler. Wasted another angler. I just saw the most troll comment. I think I'm not even gonna entertain it. I'm just gonna delete. I'm gonna screenshot this comment and just share it to a few buddies. But then I'm gonna delete it because it's just a giga troll comment and it's not even like. Uh, why are you clicking on a Duma Mocha guide, Delve 1 through 8 guide, if you need someone to tell you how to get to the boss? I mean, his name is like troll as hell too. Like, it's just like. It's so bad, it honestly might just be an AI generated troll comment. Don't melee me. Yeah, with a username like that, that's 100% just like one of those giga trolls on the internet. In fact, I'm gonna be petty. I'm gonna be petty and report this guy's account. Wave 3. Ouch. Dude, ain't no way I'm about to get DPS checked, right? Jeez. I misclicked on a tree right there again. That's so tragic. Luckily it didn't cost me, but you know. It will. Holy crazy misclick. Looking crazy. Oh, another missed ZCB. I'm not sure what I was doing there. I got meleeed. Well, that was a lot. Nice. Crazy start, but we had it under control. Up to 110 now. Eat the tuna. And then the angler. There we go. It's nice to know that, like, when my ZCB misses and then, or even if it hits and then my T-bone noodles and I don't get the shield phase, I can still manage the boulders now pretty effectively. Wave 8 T-bow versus Scobo DPS looks so much different. Yeah, the T-bow with Elite Void during car phase, absolutely smacks. Although, you know, Elite Void's not the most accurate thing, but well, I mean, what am I saying? Car phase, you know, it's 100% accuracy, which is why the Elite Void is so good. But sometimes it just still noodles anyways. Varies quite a bit, it seems. Hmm. You use a blowpipe with Dragon Arts for car phase now after ZCB spec? Oh, interesting. I haven't been watching too many other people do the content. I've just mostly been doing it myself, but I have seen people blowpipe spec if they don't have a ZCB. But I haven't heard anybody just blowpipe it. Couple more hits here. Will today be the day we get the cloth? The cloth is the last item we need here. Really hits like a truck. Gotta be creative here. No T-bow yet on the iron. You know, I am certainly glad that I do have a T-bow for this. And it took me more or less a year of nothing but doing challenge mode raids and regular chambers to get this T-bow, so. Hey, T-bow continues to be useful. That's good. When I created my Iron Man, the Twisted Bow is definitely one of the, like that was the whole goal. Because even before I played Iron Man, I started getting into chambers, learning solo raids and stuff. And then after a while, I was like, how sick would it be if I like actually got the items here on an Iron Man? And now I'm maxed with a lot of gear on here, the Twisted Bow included. And we get to do new content on release like Mocha. Al got meleeed for 30. See, that was probably one of those angles where we probably just let it leak in, you know? Because we definitely took more damage going for it than if it were to leak in. I messed up my switches there. Oh, that's not my Twisted Bow. greeted for that hit there. Got hit for 10. Here, let's heal up. Ouch. Well, that's not what I wanted to do. Well, that's unfortunate. Now we're chugging because I messed up. Hmm. Oh my. I inverse flicked. Oops. Unfortunate. We go again. We have been live today for almost 8.5 hours, actually, so we've been going pretty ham on this pretty much since the release, so I feel like each day I'm like playing a little less and less because I'm just getting tired. Pretty quick wave one. I just missed the spec bar somehow. I switched too early. Wow. Gotta rearrange pot. Show me the cloth, please. I did all that maneuvering to not get poisoned, only to get dragged straight into the poison. And now I'm standing on it. Come on, one more big hit to... Okay, I guess not. Trying to proc the shield phase so I can hit those. The max hit. Use poison tiles, man. Turned on the wrong prayer. Oops. Nice. That was pretty chill, actually. 111 KC now. At this point, I feel like I can't leave until I get the Confliction Gauntlets. What the? Was that a yellow click or was that some like weird thing because I like switched weapons or something? Oh, I misread that for a second. I thought I took 2 minutes on wave 2. This cloth is gonna show itself anytime now. Just clicked on the poison. What can you do? Oh man. Brew chugging simulator because we're just trolling. Ooh, that was a clutch combo eat right there. We'll claim our loot. Thank you very much. Struggle to get behind that rock right there. This boss has only been out a week, but I feel like we're in too deep already. We must get the cloth. We're right there, surely. Since we don't know the drop rates, we could I guess we could speculate what they expect the hours played to be to complete this, right? For example, is this like a crazy boss where you would compare the drop rates to something like Fasani's? Or like more specifically, it takes us what, let's say an average of 10 minutes right now to do a 1 through 8 run. Where you can complete like maybe like 4 to 5 an hour. Like cuz the runtime does take like maybe like a good solid minute. So let's just say 5 KC an hour. The only other place off the top of my head I can think of where you do 5 KC an hour is like the Corrupted Gauntlet. And even then you can probably squeeze out a little bit more than 5 at the Corrupted Gauntlet. But also at the same time though, the loot here is absolute best in slot stuff, so... Hmm. Two waves in a row where we get demon tears. Oops, why did I do that? That is one incredibly slow wave 3. 3 waves in a row where we get demon tears? Obviously on level 3 you also get the guaranteed 50 as well though, but our loot is literally nothing but demon tears right now. Okay, we got a roll of something else, some death runes. Wouldn't it be crazy to do a full run and it just keeps rolling the same item over and over again? The odds of that happening would be very low, obviously. But we just had it happen 3 waves in a row. Dang it, bro. No! I hate when that happens. Oh, it's gonna delete that rock, huh? I just think really big here. Yes! It's just that easy. We're going into wave 7 and there's only 3 different unique items in the loot thing. Demon Tears, I think that was a Renar seed, and I think the Death Runes. This seems like more than 10 tiles. Yep. Did I goof? Oh, get out the way. Ah, dang it. I wasn't really sure what was going to happen there, so I didn't move. I don't know. That is unfortunate. Oops. Another one. Oh, we get a tooth half key. Alright, the loot on that run was abysmal. That was arguably the worst loot of all runs. Because every time I finish a run, usually I'm like, you know what? There's some decent loot in here. That one was terrible. That one was truly terrible. Now, last KC was a 10-10 duration. So our PB is 8:14. I feel like the GM time when combat achievements come out are probably going to be like 8 minutes. We got a larva KO on the boss. If you didn't know, even outside of the shield phase, the larvae do damage to the boss, but it's so minimal. It's usually like 8, 9 damage, maybe even less than that. And obviously you can get meleeed by the boss, so it's not ideal. But for example, right here, it's going to do damage to the boss. Did a 6. Did a 10 that time. Level 3, first wave with a shield phase. It's going to trigger right now. A 1? Really? A 1? Looking at the loot tracker, which didn't work in the beginning, so the loot tracker has 109 claims for me. But obviously we've done a lot more than that. We've gained 12,751. Uh-oh. Ooh. Put ourselves on weapon cooldown there with the T-bow by mistake. 12.7k Aether Catalyst. That's pretty good. $38 Dragon Medhelms, 32 Dragon Plate Legs. Dude, we're rich. 18,000 Cannonballs? Holy. 61.5k demon tiers. And that's not including the free charges we have in our staff right now. Wait, did I goof? I think I'm gonna take damage here. Yeah. Oh wow, I got like boxed in by the rocks right there. Holy. Very nice. Honestly, the double triple melees was just incredibly rude. I should have just ignored them. But I also knew that run my damage from the grubs leaking was stacking up. That was incredibly unfortunate. You know what? That situation right there, I was watching Bodhi last night, and that is a situation where the Noxious Halberd really shines. Because he could just stand there and whack all the melees without having to worry. Right there, I was trying to avoid absolutely murdering myself with the melee damage that I would take if I didn't step back. So it was kind of difficult having to step back, like run to them, hit them, step back like 3 in a row consecutively while the boulders were incoming. And also avoiding poison tiles. The fact that it was back-to-back melees, like I handled the first set quite well, I'd say. But the second set, that was too much. No way, we got an uncut emerald. Has been placed on the ground. If I had just stuck to my own personal rule where I just let the larvae leak, I probably would have survived that. But I felt like I had let too many leak at that point, and it was going to stack up. Because if I recall correctly, like the last one I leaked in, it already did 6 damage to me. And basically what happens is for every larva you leak in, it's like +1 damage. So then the next hit splat would have been 7, then 8, then 9, and yeah, that could be pretty bad. $261 cannonballs. $132 million hit point EXP. Jeez. Silly damage taken right there. Silly damage. Oh, range pot, preserve on. Yeah, once we get to the shield phases, more times than not, a ZCB into a big T-bow hit and we're in shield phase. Nice and easy. A little cramped over here, huh? Very nice. Let's just safe up. Grubs on the other side. Wave 5, so we don't have to worry about the slam. We're just chilling. Dude, T-bow just hit like less than 5 damage in 3 T-bow hits. Alright, evidently I did not hit the tree that I stood right next to. I was waiting on the orb to spawn, and it just never spawned. And I thought, like, okay, maybe I was a bit late on it. I'll tank a 1 hit. And then 2 hits came, and I'm like, what is going on? And then boom, 3rd hit. Actually, I'm gonna watch that back real quick. I just want to make sure, like, I guess the only reason is I didn't hit the tree when I thought I did, I guess. Let's see here. I hit the first one for sure. Yeah, I didn't hit it. But I clicked on it though. I definitely clicked on it. Yeah, it's a red click. But then huh. Interesting. I red clicked it but didn't shoot it. Weapon cooldown, I guess? I guess it was weapon cooldown. Or is it? I don't know. I'm a bit unfortunate. You know, I think bringing like a blowpipe or something actually might be tech. for the trees so that you can click the boss again sooner. But I just don't really care to try that right now, I suppose. We have been live for 9.5 hours. You know, like adding new stuff into our inventory is probably something we do, you know, when we're not 9.5 hours in. Maybe we implement and try new things a little bit sooner when we're not absolutely cooked right now. 25 charges left on our pendant. And that is 100% the last 25 charges because I don't have any more frozen tears in the bank. That a Mox boss, I have not really done that boss that much. I might have to spend a tiny bit of time to go pick up some frozen tears. I think it'd be worth it. Or I can start using the waystones as well. I feel like I do profit waystones now. Because I do get more completions than dying now. Although, I don't know, looking at the loot tracker right now, in 109 claims, I've only gotten 78 waystones. So you don't get enough waystones. So I guess not. Like, it won't sustain themselves. That's a bit unfortunate. So yeah, I guess that leaves us with two options. We either go do the Mox boss, or Frozen Tears for the pendant, or we do the very first method that we used to get to the boss, and that's POH Telly, teleport to the city of Varlamore, and then use the bird. Which honestly adds like a good extra... I don't know if it's like a whole extra minute to the travel time, but it definitely adds a decent amount of travel time. For sure. So when the boss first came out, when the Final Dawn update first came out about a week ago, I had 35,000, probably more than that, 35, over 35,000 amethyst arrows. We're now down to 24.4k. And likewise with the ruby bolts we've been using, I had like 1.4k ruby bolts. Now we're at just under 1,000. All from this boss. Absolutely crazy. I just gotta remember the death charge. Nope, don't have our void helm on. It's pretty important. Not gonna lie, I think I'm like crashing from the coffee that I drank. The melee grub's gonna be so hard to get to sometimes. Like, I'm not sure what I was supposed to do there. I guess like try and get the melee grubs early before the trees and the orb, but that was a tight window. Oh, I thought it was dead. Now it is. Almost got ran over. We'll check our total delves shortly, but off the top of my head, our last drop was at 68 deep delves. We're now over 110, I'm pretty sure. And the total delves on the last pull was somewhere around 1500, probably like 1510, 1520, somewhere around there. We're now easily over 2000. Okay, I have to tankle in here. That's pretty close though. If we had just hit a little harder, we could have skipped that third hit. Oh, I kind of forgot that we were at level 7. I was not prepared for how fast that was. Oops. Why does Mocha have to be so thick? It's a 5x5. Like, how did I get hit there, you know? It's crazy. I'm also using the wrong weapon right now. Also, we've been brewed down for I don't know how long. We may have been brewed down for that entire car phase. Now that I think about it. Alright, are we doing clean runs right now? Absolutely not. Are we getting by? Yes. That was very arrogant. But we're alive. But seriously, like okay, it throws boulders during the tree like orb situation, fine. But then it throws another one? It's crazy. My inventory is not exactly how I want it to be set up right now. That's okay. Yeah, not all wave 8s are created equal, and that one was like slightly more difficult than like the average one, I would say. But nothing crazy, like I've had worse. Alright, so I said I was going to look at the log, right? So yeah, we're now up to 114 deep delves, 2,076 total delves. You know, I didn't even think I was going to reach 2,000 today, but here we are closer to 2,100 than 2,000. Kodai and McDonald's, what I say? Not sure what that means. Brews, prayer pots. Oh wait, that's not my ZCB. That's just like completely just muscle memory out of habit now. Start of every phase, click ZCB, click spec, click death charge. Even when I don't have the spec. Ah, yes, that yellow click. I caught it right away, though. Yama personal best. He's crazy. Oh, did I pop that? What the? Huh? Alright, I swear I did not yellow click there. Dude, what is going on? World's hardest level 4 right now. What? World's hardest level 4 for sure. That's not my twisted bow. That's me walking into poison. Now let's heal up before we move ahead. I'm not trying to start a fresh wave at 30 something health. Especially a car phase where if I'm not paying enough attention, I just get ran over for 40 health. Because Mocha is just thick 5x5 or something like that. I think 5x5 sounds right. Well, I should have moved one tile over. Nice and easy. I thought that rock right there was gonna survive, I'm not gonna lie. It don't matter. No, we didn't death charge, so we don't even have a ZCB to start here. That's unfortunate. At the risk of planking in the next 30 seconds, it's just that easy. Oh, well. Run! Oh. I'm trolling, I'm trolling, I'm trolling. Well, that was a pretty fast time. 9:03, what? Cool. We'll take it. Dude, someone left a genie. I got it. You know, I wonder where people are gonna rank Mocha's difficulty. I'm thinking here because I see this guy running to the boss with me. He doesn't have a quiver. I wonder how people compare Mocha to Colosseum. It's very different though, right? Because it only takes like 10 minutes to get to wave 8 here. And I'd say like the first 4 waves, 5 waves. Let's go with 4. The first 4 waves here are really quite easy. It's that jump to 8, which is like seemingly so much more difficult. Was not paying attention there. Is that 2 waves in a row that ZCB misses? Truly unfortunate. This guy said wood cutting skill of the week when? It was literally our last skill of the week. Unless he's making a joke about WC wrong chat. WC woodcutting. Why did I just melee a melee with... Okay. Oh, I just left preserved on this entire time? Well, that's not great. Heal all the way up. $9.26. Okay. And yeah, this one's loot was pretty disappointing. Pretty disappointing. Man, I'm thinking about these boots, they're still so crazy, man. Like, not only do they combine all three Cerberus boots, but they're just better. It would be insane enough if they just combined the three boots together. I don't know how strong the melee and the magic portion of the boots are. I haven't actually compared the stats, but without even knowing the stats for the range, because like Pegasians were like pretty much useless, but these boots, the range strength, so good. So good. Up to 116 KC now. Our starting KC today was 87. So we've done 29 so far. If I can math correctly. That sounds right, right? Yeah, because one more will be at 117 minus 30, that's 87. Oh, no, spec. Are you serious? Minus 13 health. Unfortunate. Hello. How's it going, Hutch? I've lost track of how many hours we've been going here for today. Ouch, just ate a mage attack. Oh, Tooth Halfkey. Doing good, hope you are too. How's Delve? Yeah, we're doing pretty good. I am a bit tired now though because I've been going for so long here. But Delve is a lot of fun, this Delve boss. Mocha. And I'm starting to feel pretty comfortable at this boss. At least doing 1 through 8 over and over again, that is. I haven't really tried pushing past 8, just because I want to claim the loot. But yeah, we've been having a lot of fun at this boss, and also, fortunately, I'd like to think we've been pretty lucky so far as well. So that certainly helps. Kind of crazy that it's been out for a week already. It's like, where did the time go? Yeah, I am. I'm just one item away from green logging, and that's the cloth. Hopped on earlier and I was AFK. Yeah, I might have just like went to grab some coffee or something at that moment. Cause it's I just wasted a prayer dose. Cause yeah, we've been going at this for a while. Yeah, we have the boots. We have the new wand. And we even have the pet. The pet was the first thing we pulled. So very, very lucky in that sense. And although we don't know the drop rates, we can only assume that the cloth is actually supposed to be more common than any of the other drops, because you can get them on wave 2. But the cloth is the one we're missing. Massive hits, holy. Oh, we got a rage pot again. Oh my goodness. Oh, there we go. Evens out a little bit after all those hard hits. Oh, I'm safe. Whew. I moved off way too early there. Alrighty. Yeah, I'm not a huge pet hunter, at least not at this moment. I'm obviously still working on a lot of actual items that could be useful for my account. But whenever I do get a pet first before some of the other items, it's much more likely I'm gonna green log. So like right here, we're gonna green log when we get the cloth. Right, the wrong thing. Oops. No, I should have ate. That's so silly. I really thought I had it on time there, though. See, now that's just... like, completely preventable. Like, look at all the food in my inventory. Completely preventable. See, ironically enough, a couple of days ago, that would not be how I would die. My confidence is actually costing me a couple of KCs here. Because I'm like, oh yeah, this is going to be fine. I'm going to get the orb going. I'm going to be in it. All I had to do was like maybe even just eat one angler right there too. What weight was that? 7? Yeah, that was 7. How many more charges do we have on this pendant? 21. I didn't see the color of the orb, I wasn't looking at it. And then I just had to guess there. I didn't look at that one either. Okay, range. Alright. Alright, we might as well brew now, even though it's early as hell, but if we don't brew now, we're just sitting on one mistake from death, which is not ideal. Oh, I should have waited 10 seconds. The divine's gonna run now, and I'm gonna have to pot again. Yeah, see, now we have to pot again. You know, what if we find the cloth past wave 8, you know? Because we keep claiming on wave 8 no matter what. What if it's on wave 9? You know, it is a little bit spooky now that we're hunting one specific item. Because there's just no guarantee that we're going to get that one specific item. It's probably not going to be this run though, because we brewed on wave 3. Also, if we were going for deep runs, we would change the inventory. We would not use the scythe. Oh yeah, it didn't enter shield phase right there because I didn't hit it. Interesting. Oh my, you know what? I don't know why, but I like forgot about the boulder there. Man. Claim and leave. Oh, wrong slot. Oh, me. Humble. I didn't click on my bow there, so that was awkward. You know, I forgot I turned my prayer off there. I'm trolling. No. Oh, nice. I thought I was about to take damage there. Ouch. Are we on 5? I haven't really... I think we're on 5, right? If we're not on 5, I'm dead. Can I even stand there? I can, nice. Man, 40 damage because of that? That's ridiculous. We're going for a wave 9, screw it. Going for a wave 9. CCB misses, that's not great. And we're dead. Should have just ignored the melee grubs. Should have just ignored the melee grubs. Well, there's nothing really of interest on that run, I don't think. All right. 3 gear. That is most definitely not Sire. That is the Delve boss. That is Dom. Alright, honestly, I think the game plan right now, I think I am good for one more. Let's try to get a good, clean run. But I am very tired now. So one more. Be right back. All right, we are back. I'm probably gonna do a couple more. Had to step away for a second, real quick, but I'm trying to catch up on this clan chat. What the heck? I go AFK for a couple of minutes, and it's just like a wall of text. All right. All right. Good thing I didn't leave my prayer on or anything. I guess we can continue with this run. That was just wave 1, right? Yeah, it was. Our supplies should still be good here. All right. I swear I clicked. Oh no. It might be chalked, guys. Wait, I'm actually lagging so hard now. Wait, hello? Oh no, there's probably a lot of people online now, huh? It's so laggy. Oh no. I'm claiming. Yeah, we have entered peak hours. There's now close to 1,200 people in this world. Um, yeah, I'm gonna hop worlds here for 15 as less than 1,000 people for what it's worth. Wait, why does 411 have less than 600 people? Dude, I'm going to 411. It's a West Coast world, but we got a 415. All right. Yeah. I think I'm gonna be getting off, but let's just send one good run here and hopefully actually get a clear. No. I've been running it all day, man. What did I miss? What? Bro, what are they spamming for? Hello? Can we get some context here? Alright. I'm reading the clan chat and eating a bunch of damage. We're just trying to finish on a good note here. I mean, the entire day has been on a good note, but I did die on my last one. I think. It's all a blur. I actually don't even remember. I think I died on my last one. Well, it was a wave 9 to be fair. So, it was actually a clear. Yeah, and then I had that one where I had to AFK all of a sudden. And then the world started lagging, so I hopped worlds. And then here we are. Alright, wave 6. Am I safe here? Okay. I wasn't sure. Looked a little suspicious. Oh, we just got a new wave 6 PB. Well. Cool. By like 4 seconds too. I think I want to say our previous PB was 56 seconds. That was a 52. Ouch. Wave 8, here we go. I misclicked. That's unfortunate. Oh. I thought I was about to get ran over, so I combo 8. No! Oh, I killed it. Hmm. Well, we got... Well, we got a KC. I suppose that counts. If anything, I think that's just an indication that we're way too cooked now, so I feel as though it's probably best we call it there for today. We started at 87 KC, I want to say. Yes, we started at 87. I still have the high scores pulled up. And we're now at 119, so that is 32 KC done today. All right, I'm going to call it here. Keep it short and simple. I will catch you guys on the next stream. One day we will get this clock. I say one day as if like this boss has been out for ages, but it's only been a week. All right, you guys have a good one. Take it easy. Peace.